friend.
Yeah, that does.
I'm like, whoa. I'm not ready yet. Whoa. I'm still getting the show ready to hear. Hey, buddy, real quick, Pro Joe.
Yeah.
I hear like, oh, I did it again, didn't I?
Probably.
Yeah, let me get up and do that. Well, or should
I got it.
Anyway, we appreciate you guys jumping in. And you do see me on the show today. You do see me, right? Good. Hey, guys, good morning. Welcome to show 6:05 is the time. It is Tuesday, July 8th, and we're glad you're with us. This is Arch City Now. Projo alongside today. Oh, go figure. I'm sorry, Projo. So many little things with cords and boxes and everything else. And Projo, when you get a chance, could you look at my camera shot? My camera shot when you get in there, is that the way it normally looks? See, here's what we do. Projo and I were used to a couple years of we did a show before the show, and we get all the technical things. People slowly come into the show. We talk about, we may need to incorporate the show before the show again.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. Does everything look good?
Yeah, everything looks fine.
All right. That's just me today. Something's wrong. Guys, thanks for jumping in on the show today. We're here talking all things St. Louis, Tuesday, July 8th. If you have a story, if you have something that you think should be talked about in St. Louis, let us know. Newsmakers, headlines, we do it all. Grateful when you guys jump into the show and let us know. You can do that, of course, on the chat line, on X and YouTube. That's Arch City Now. I was thinking about this name, Arch City Now. There's a lot of Arch City businesses and names. I was looking yesterday, Projo. A lot.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if our name's confusing. We're still new out of the gate because there were like 5 different Arch cities for names of companies and businesses. And I was like, oh man, what did I do here? What did I do? So anyway, we appreciate you guys coming up with content for us. This is all about you. It's all about St. Louis. It's all about what's happening in your neck of the woods. And we got lots to talk to. We take you to 8 o'clock every day, Monday through Friday. You can also give us a call if you want to as well. We have that phone number. It's 822-282-8255. Once again, 855-282-8255. What's happening in your neck of the woods? We love it when you guys check in and let us know. If there's a story, if there's a comment, if there's content that you don't want to put on the chat line, which you can do if you want to do that, you can also email us. We have an email for story ideas, interviews, you name it. And that is archcitynow@gmail.com. Once again, it's archcitynow@gmail.com. Projo, you ready to rock and roll today? I am. Okay. Some people drink coffee in the morning to get going. Some people exercise. Some people watch whatever they was. Projo watches Kill Tony.
I do.
He gets ready every day. And if you're not familiar with Kill Tony, it's a comedy show. And do they do that live weekly? Is it, or what? How do they?
It's supposedly live. However, it's recorded weekly. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's presented as live.
Well, all I know is that something must be really funny to make you laugh. Like I hear you giggling, like,
oh yeah,
like a little kid. You're there giggling.
I mean, they let them come up, do 1 minute of stand-up comedy, and then they talk about it afterwards. It's pretty funny.
Did you ever think about doing that?
I've thought about it. Yeah, I've definitely thought about doing. I have a ton of jokes written.
Really?
I've just never done an open mic.
Okay. All right, I got you. It was one of the coolest things I ever did. I think I've shared this story in previous shows. I don't know if I shared it on this show. Deja Vu, Columbia, Missouri. I don't know, circa 2001, maybe 2002. I think 2002, maybe 2003, in that time range. I had a chance to do it was a 5 to 10 minute set at Deja Vu Comedy Club. And I had a writer because they had local celebrities, because I was a TV anchor and former Mizzou football player. We did a comedy skit, and it was the funnest, most thrilling thing I think I'd ever done. It was that cool. When people out there like sitting to hear what you have. Now, if you fail, and that's bad stuff.
Yeah, that's the part that sucks.
Oh, but no, it was good. But these writers were so creative for comedy. I mean, literally like whipped up something, and we started talking about people in the area, and I was like, are you kidding me? It's like 25 minutes later, we have a set. It was that quick. So anyway, I digress. Thanks for jumping back into the show, everybody. Coming up today, Cardinals get back to action. They're at home. They're going to be at home all week playing bad teams. Let's hope it makes a difference for them. We can talk about that. Brendan Donovan, the Cardinals all-star. They got one, but that's all right. Glad for Brendan. He deserves it. Really like the guy. Nelly's making some more news. He's been in our news a lot lately. He purchased some horses. We'll tell you about what's happening with that. Kind of a sad, inspiring story too, though. A girl, 10-year-old girl or little girl. She's going through her 10th brain surgery at Children's Hospital. 10.
Wow.
All she wants to do is meet Taylor Swift. I know that and it's sad that I say this, but there's probably a lot of people and a lot of requests like that, which is sad in itself. But she's in St. Louis. They've got an effort to try to get attention to Taylor Swift. We're getting into that. Chuck E. Cheese might be trying to make a comeback. Chuck E.
I heard
Cheese.
about this.
Oh, I don't know. There's no location that I can find set for St. Louis yet, but there's supposed to be one coming.
I might try it out.
We'll break into that. What's your cell phone policy at your school district? We can get into that too. Kids should not have their phones, but I'm guilty as a parent. I'll tell you something I've done. TSA has an interesting situation. They some airports, you're not going to have to take your shoes off anymore. At some, I was like, oh, we'll let you know if Lambert, St. Louis International Lambert, is one of those. Local real estate company in the St. Louis area purchased for several $1 billion by BlackRock. And whenever I say that name, producer Joe looks at me. I get the same look all the time.
That name comes up a lot.
We'll tell you about some restaurants that are opening up. We'll let you know about some restaurants that are closing in the St. Louis area. Anything else that you guys want to talk about, we will do. I just love that look. You're like, BlackRock.
Yeah.
BlackRock.
It's like, wait, what show are we doing again?
Oh, I know. I get it. It's also, it's sad when you look at what's happening in Texas. I mean, I think 104 deaths. One of the Chiefs ownership group family members died. Little girl, 9 years old. It was Janie Hunt. The Hunts own the Chiefs. This is the cousins to the main family that owns them, I believe. But she was at camp there. A lot of families send their kids. I had no idea how popular this camp was. You think of Camp Ondasonk in the St. Louis area. Have you ever heard of Camp Ondasonk?
Never.
It was a massive camp for generations here in the St. Louis area. People would go to Camp Ondasonk. There's some other camps that people go to throughout the Missouri area, but this one in Texas, huge. A lot of politicians and their daughters there. I mean, families without money, families with money. Very, very, very popular camps where this water went through. But you're talking about 104 dead there. No specific tie to St. Louis to talk about necessarily this morning with that, which is why I stayed away from it yesterday. However, the Chiefs situation, it's just such a massive story. And there was also flooding in that same area back in 1987. I saw some of that video start to circulate on social media yesterday as well. And it's also interesting too, if you want to go down the rabbit hole, 9 states are active in cloud seeding. I mean, it's not like a conspiracy theory anymore.
No, proven.
Texas is one of them. They're on the record as they do it. They try to the chemicals are put into the air to try to create moisture for areas that are barren where they want water.
That's how Dubai was created. And
yeah, absolutely, good point.
Yep.
And it's just sad when you think about it. It's like, oh my gosh, the heartbreak being a family. I mean, I have 3 children myself. I could not have ever imagined something like that happening to our kids, but some of those things do happen. So anyway, if you have stories today, jump on into the chat line. We appreciate it. Like, subscribe, share the show. Arch City Now on X, Arch City Now on YouTube. You can also check out everything that happens with our show and the other shows on this network. It's luinfo.com. Once again, luinfo.com. What's the pulse of St. Louis? That's what we try to do. It's everything that's happening in your neck of the woods throughout this area. And things that get you moving from that standpoint. One thing, I love it when we have a chance to promote new places that are opening up in the area, and we talked about one of these because we had him on the show, and that was Steve Ewing. Steve's Hot Dogs. There were reopenings. Esca, Nixta, Florentine, Steve's Hot Dogs, and Fountain and Delmar all reopened following the tornado damage. So all those places are open. Plus Session Taco, we talked about that, but that was because of a 2022 fire. So a lot of places over there. And then you've got 9 restaurant openings or reopenings, which is incredible. That's a lot that's coming open. Cottle Village, if you haven't checked out Cottle Village in Cottleville, super popular. Steve Savage and his wife have opened that place up. That's where I was taken for Father's Day. I was taking that place. It's on Highway N for people throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area that may not know. Highway N near Highway K, right on the cusp of I don't know if you call it O'Fallon, Cottleville, but right on in Cottleville we've already talked about. It just a lot of really cool things going on in Cottleville. But that's one of those places. They have a distillery that's open up there. Grace Chicken and Fish, that opened in Crestwood. A lot of people talking about that place as well. So, we're talking about some of the places that closed. We're talking about Hooters. Do people remember Boogie Bites on Hampton? Did you ever hear of Boogie Bites?
No, I've never heard of that one.
The Passport Cocktail and Wine Bar and Bottle Shop. It was on Washington. These were some of the places that had closed. And we were trying to get to it yesterday. The Bootleggin Tavern, El Toloco Taqueria and Grocery, and Mauki's Bakery. But the openings were interesting too. The Sweet Creamery on Locust, A Taste of Amaghetti's, that's on Lindell, and Atomic Wings over in Fairview Heights.
I love Amaghetti's.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not? I get it. Guy's Pizza opened up. Amore, that's over in Arnold. Heritage Sports Bar and Grill, that's over in Collinsville. Long Shots over in Fairmont Park. We talked about that place, the new, and that'll tie into the Nelly story later that we'll be talking about as well. Then of course Esca, which is in Delmar, Nixta Delmar, Florentine Delmar. Those are all the places that reopened. The Garden Studio Cafe, North Florissant. I mean, just so many places. Just reminding people of things that had opened up all throughout the area. The place on Washington Avenue, the Hookah Lounge, that's on Washington. There's a Shake Shack in Sunset Hills. Oh yeah, remember the Coffee Girl? Main Street, she's a music singer. She opened up the Coffee Girl. She was on American Idol, did very, very well. I've been told that Duke's Slice House out in Wentzville is a place to check out as well. So Goal Bowl, that's in Manchester. So yeah, in the Sandu Shack, Manchester. So I mean, there's so many places that are opening up all over the place, and it's just good to see.
I'm trying to figure out what Duke's Slice House is. Is that a pizza place? Slice House?
Yeah, that's what I thought it
Sounds
was.
like.
Yeah. Yeah, so you got some other coming soons. How about Nikki Slice's Pizza Club? What's in the Box? Kenso Coffee. These are places that are coming.
What's in the box?
The Scottish Arms, Crushed Red. That's coming. It's funny looking at some of the things that are heading this way.
I'm curious what's in the box.
Yummy Rice Noodle on Olive. That's coming. Clandestino's Speakeasy inside Jefferson Arms at Tucker. Some interesting places. Another Good News Brewing happening in Alton, Illinois. There's so many. I don't even know if I mean, my gosh, there's wow.
What's in the Box is a specific company that makes cakes in the shape of Gwyneth Paltrow's head.
What?
And sells them.
Oh, yeah, okay. Taco Buddha. No, there's a lot of new good places that are coming in. So, you guys, let us know what's happening in your neck of the woods. We appreciate it. What's happening throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area as well. And of course, we try to get you those stories. Like, subscribe, share the show. Let us know what's happening. We will do what we can to talk. We love it when you guys jump in on the show as well. And of course, we just try to get you going in these mornings. So, already, really? What?
I'm still on old time. Sorry, my bad.
Okay, so Cardinals did not play last night. They get back to action tonight in St. Louis at Busch Stadium. The Washington Nationals are in town. Nationals are the worst team in the NL East. They're terrible. They just fired their manager, general manager, everybody else. So the Cardinals have 3 games against them. The second worst team in that division are the Atlanta Braves, who are having a terrible year for their standards. And that's who comes to town right after. So you're talking about 6 games that the Cardinals should have an opportunity to really get something done. Sonny Gray is going to be on the mound tonight. He's been their best pitcher, 8-game winner. Need him to go out and do something as well. So thank you, Sonny Gray, for being a solid pitcher. The problem is they just haven't been able to do a lot. And then are people going to be excited or not? So we'll see where all that goes. And we'll get into it coming up a little bit as we talk about some of these things that are happening. I just find it, very interesting to see a local company, and we'll talk about it a little bit more as more people join in, because it's real estate in the St. Louis area and many places has become difficult because there's not a lot of inventory. It's gaining. There's no doubt about that. But BlackRock has purchased, and we talked to Joe and I've talked to several real estate agents, and they're on. BlackRock, and they'll buy up properties, and then they can try to rent those out.
Or BlackRock subsidiary companies will buy properties.
It's a great point of what they're trying to do. Now, the Clayton Company, Elm Tree Holdings, Elm Tree Funds, out of Clayton, just purchased for $7.3 billion. $7.3 billion by BlackRock. So they purchased it with assets. Jim Coleman, who I know pretty well, wonderful individual, founded Elm Tree Fund. So I guess he's doing all right. I think he's doing just fine. But then when you look at comments, you ever read comments? Like, you'll see something posted on social media. Do you go through the comments?
Occasionally, yeah.
You're the guy that does that. I don't.
They're entertaining. They can be.
Megan does that too. She'll go, I want to read through all the comments and start laughing at everybody and what they say or getting upset or whatever the case.
It's just interesting to see people's point of view on certain topics.
And it can add some information. It can also give you a laugh. It can also upset you, because I know you've never met a comment that you haven't responded to that made your emotions go a little bit up.
I know how to keep my mouth shut when the time's right.
Well, it's interesting because is it corruption if people are selling out to BlackRock? Is it really? If BlackRock's trying to buy? Why would it be?
Well, do you want them to own everything and us own nothing and be happy?
I get it, but they're buying up real estate and things like that all over the country, right?
Because they can, yeah.
Yeah, I guess. But are they doing something that's illegal?
It's not illegal, and that's why they're doing it.
And it just comes into St. Louis. For people who don't know, Elm Tree Funds, it's what they call a net lease real estate investment firm. So, they're focused on investment strategy, said seeking opportunities in the build-to-suit net lease real estate market, targeting newly constructed mission-critical industrial assets, not homes, leased to investment-grade tenants.
I guess it just depends on where it falls on that whole monopoly rule.
Like, let's say Amazon, fulfillment centers and buildings around the country, build those they buy the properties, and then people pay you to rent your space. They build facilities. So, I mean, BlackRock jumping in, they're going to go where they can make money, and that's a huge, huge deal for them. Obviously, that's a big, so much. I mean, $7.3 billion for a Clayton-based company. That's a lot of money. That's a big sale coming out of the St. Louis area, in regards to what that can happen. But then, of course, a lot of people hear the name BlackRock, and they're like, "Oh no, we don't want BlackRock in St. Louis."
Just because it has that, anything attached to it has something corrupt.
But if they sold, that means that BlackRock has now acquired all of those properties, those assets, those, that land, those sorts of things. Now, I know the owner, he will not go public. I've tried to get him on interview and do things, but Jim won't come on and talk. He won't. I've tried to do other interviews with some of his side businesses. He won't. He's a great, great man, big heart. But they're not going to be talking about that publicly. So, but it did become a huge, huge, huge deal. I just found it interesting because they are a St. Louis company being purchased for $7.3 billion by BlackRock. I mean, we don't make a ton of news in St. Louis. We really don't.
I mean, think about it. BlackRock now has 2 ports on both sides of the Panama Canal as well. So BlackRock's everywhere, and they have their hands in a lot of things.
Well, they own Elm Tree Funds in Clayton now, that's for sure. So we talk about all things that are happening throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area. I mean, it's whatever niche it is. I mean, we don't cover one thing. We cover everything: business, music, entertainment, sports, money, influencers, you name it. We cover it. We get it going. And we appreciate you guys letting us know, jumping in on the show as well. If you ever want to give us a call, you can do that, 855-282-8255. That is 855-282-8255. If you want to jump in on the show and give some shout outs, talk to us, say good morning, let us know where you are, shout out your city, your area, your town, your municipality. You can do that at X and YouTube at Arch City Now. Once again, X and YouTube, you go to Arch City Now. Talk with us, talk with the other people, let us know whatever it is that we need to know. And of course, we can cover that and keep you going on this day. It is Tuesday. It is July 8th. Weather's supposed to be around the same as yesterday, about 90, but there's some thunderstorms that could be expected late in the afternoon. I did see that for some of the area. So that could be something that we're dealing with. If you're looking at plans, studying the weather, supposed to be dry up until maybe Friday after that. So make your plans accordingly. We are starting to get into the middle of summer right now. That is for sure. But we know that time flies by. Before you know it, it'll be fall. So try to enjoy the days that we have right now. Enjoy the sunshine. Enjoy the heat and anything else that may be coming. Still to come, we'll talk about what Nelly has going on over at Fairmount Race Park. That's kind of an interesting situation, I think, that's going on. We'll break down more what's happening with TSA. Yeah, there's some airports you're not going to have to wear your shoes or take your shoes off anymore. Anything else you guys want to talk about, we'll get into that as well. That's what we do here. And by the way, coming up at 8 o'clock, it's Hot Take Central 2.0. And for a list of the other shows that go throughout the day, you'll go to luinfo.com. Once again, luinfo.com. You can learn more about what we do here. Not only us, but all the shows throughout the day on this network. And as always, we love it when you like, subscribe, share the show, and let people know what we have going on. We need your help. We come here for you guys, and that's why we show up early. That's why we do what we do, to make sure that we're focused on you guys, focused on St. Louis, promoting everything here, what people are talking about, news headlines, interviews, you name it, introducing you to other people around the St. Louis metropolitan area. Pro Joe's here. He's ready to go. Vic Faust here. This is Arch City Now. We'll be back right after this break with those stories. We are the Lou Information Station. We're live and on demand at luinfo.com.
Broadcasting live from the J. Randolph Jr. Studios in Kirkwood.
I once got catfished by a girl in Kirkwood. Before catfishing was really even a thing.
This is the Lou Information Station. Streaming 24/7 at luinfo.com with live and on-demand content on YouTube. And catch all of our local shows on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you listen to podcasts. KLIS 590 AM, Wood River, St. Louis.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Not sure how to get a lawyer after an accident? Call Brown and Crouppen. We'll walk you through it. Worried it'll cost too much? Here's a fact. At Brown and Crouppen, you pay nothing up front, and we never get paid unless you do. When you're our client, you'll have all your questions answered, all for free. Hurt? Get the facts and help you need. Call Brown and Crouppen now.
Hey everyone, Cam Jansen here to tell you about the experts at Fast Signs in Earth City. Fast Signs can handle any and all of your business visibility needs, from traditional signs and graphics to digital to core graphics and anything in between. Fast Signs in Earth City has you covered. The station uses them, the Blues use them, and you will love the work they do. Call 314-344-4400 for your custom signage needs today. That's Fast Signs in Earth City, 314-344-4400.
LouInfo.com news headlines brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. GetBC.com.
This is your LouInfo.com news update. A man accused in a deadly explosion that killed 4 people in North St. Louis County in 2022 is going to trial. Terrell Cooks is accused of being involved in an illegal fireworks operation that led to the explosion of a home on Parker Road in Blackjack. The victims were between the ages of 16 and 21. Cook faces several felony charges. A man is facing charges for allowing children and dogs to live in deplorable conditions in Jefferson County. Alexander Bowen will appear in court on Wednesday, August 13th. A road in North St. Louis collapsed on Monday and happened in the 2700 block of North Broadway between Montgomery Street and St. Louis Avenue. The St. Louis Street Department blocked the road while crews worked on repairs. There are reports that the summer heat may have made the road buckle. U.S. Senator Josh Hawley's making a stop in St. Louis today. The Republican lawmaker is scheduled to hold a press conference to talk on the expansion of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act being signed into law as part of President Trump's new bill. For the Lou Information Station, streaming 24/7 at louinfo.com, I'm Jen Austin.
Now, LouInfo.com weather, presented by STL Sports Central. St. Louis sports, anytime, anywhere.
Here's your LouInfo.com weather update. We do have a chance of a shower or thunderstorm later on today, but overall not expecting much rain, partly sunny, upper 80s. Overnight, a few clouds, and we're in the low 70s. We get a mix of sunshine and clouds on Tuesday. Still pretty warm. We're going up to 90, scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms. Fairly good chance of rain again on Wednesday. I'm meteorologist Steve Hamilton for the Lou Information Station, streaming 24/7 at louinfo.com.
Hot Shots Sports Bar and Grill has a new menu. But don't freak out. Hot Shots favorites are still there, like their famous wings, tacos, burgers, and pizzas. Plus, sure to be new faves like Big Philly egg rolls, the Bold and Hearty Slugger sandwich, the Buffalo chicken pizza, and 2 new wing sauces, Carolina Gold and Bourbon Glaze. And making a comeback, it's the return of Hot Shots' legendary waffle fries. So now there's even more to love at Hot Shots. Come try out the new menu at Hot Shots Sports Bar and Grill. Find the location nearest you at hotshotsnet.com.
If you've been thinking about improving your smile, now's the perfect time. Hi, I'm Dr. Otto from Otto Orthodontics. We offer free consultations, the newest techniques, and treatment that's faster, more comfortable, and tailored just for you. Whether it's Invisalign, braces, whitening, or even Botox. We're Missouri's #1 Invisalign provider with 5 convenient locations. And here's something special. Mention this ad when you call to schedule your free consult, and you'll get $1,000 off your treatment. Visit OttoOrtho.com to book your free consult today.
In your city with Kelly and Gordon. It's the hottest happy hour in STL radio. A high-energy, high-impact weekday radio show blending relationship values, celebrity buzz, community love, and sharp business insight. This is where storytelling meets strategy. It's the pulse of the city, bringing the energy, stories, and voices of STL to life. In your city with Kelly and Gordon. Weekday afternoons at 4, only on the Lou Information Station. Back to more of Arch City Now with Vic Faust on the Lou Information Station, streaming 24/7 at louinfo.com.
Good morning. Welcome back into the show. 6:34 is our time, Tuesday, July 8th. Hope you guys are ready to get rocking and rolling this morning. Projo's here. I'm as well. What's happening in your neck of the woods? What do you guys want to talk about? What is St. Louis doing today? What's making the needle move for you? That's what we do here on the show. We get you rolling from 6 to 8 a.m. Monday through Friday. If you want to chat with us, you can do that as well. Jump on the chat line. You can do that through X and YouTube at Arch City Now. X and YouTube, Arch City Now. Lambert International Airport will not. You are not going to be one of the airports that will allow people to take their shoes off when going through TSA. TSA, though, is going to be allowing some airports to take their shoes off when going through security checkpoints.
St. Louis still has sketchy feet.
Is that what it is?
I guess.
Sketchy. Well, I'm not going to go down that road. That sketchy feet can be anywhere. As we talk to I don't have a problem with feet. Our friend Eric Johnson, who comes into the show every now and does. If anybody's ever been on a plane and sees something, he can't stand people wearing sandals or flip-flops on a plane. I guess that goes for the females and the males.
Now, what about slides with socks? We're going to have to ask him that.
Well, I think he'd rather that.
Yeah, because they're socks at least.
Because they're socks, you're not seeing the skin of a foot.
Right. This is where Greg would send me a clip of your foot thing that you did.
Listener Greg.
Mm-hmm.
Listener Greg with my foot commercial.
Yeah.
That lives infamously on YouTube.
Search for it.
Oh, yeah. Great. Are you kidding me? That's pretty bad. All right. Anyway, getting back to our story. We never had to take our shoes off until the terrorist attack. No, we did. We weren't a country that had to take our shoes off. Remember that?
9/11. Yep.
9/11 changed it all.
Yep.
And we've been taking our shoes off for 2 decades now.
Ridiculous. How many bombs have been,
Oh my gosh. You just give me chills. First, I was like, what? Have been stopped, you mean?
No, I mean, how many bombs? Yeah, how many bombs have been stopped? What is the legitimacy behind this?
I don't know. Because of feet.
Right.
Well, I guess you could put anything in a shoe. But maybe technology's catching up again because the TSA says that they've started to allow passengers to keep their shoes on. And this is happening at multiple airports. It is kind of a frustration, but when you think about the safety aspect, it's really not that big of a deal.
Well, it's a pain in the butt. Shoes and belt. I mean, I wear a belt, and you're getting redressed in the airport.
No, it's true.
It's inconvenient.
It is. It is inconvenient because you redress. You're right. Let me go pull over here and get everything together, but all in the name of safety because somebody had to screw it up and lives were taken. So airports that are allowing passengers to walk through TSA security checkpoints without taking their shoes off. Doesn't say anything about belts, just shoes. Baltimore, Washington International, right there in DC. Fort Lauderdale International. Fort Lauderdale. That's not a massive airport. Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky International. Portland International. Philadelphia International. And then Piedmont Triad International in North Carolina no longer have to remove footwear during standard security checks.
I hope that trend keeps going. I hope more airports catch on.
But you know what, though? As interesting as the story is to me, it's like, okay, why can't you do that at Lambert? Is it a technology thing? Is it a money thing where the airport needs more money? I mean, we all know Lambert has been a much talked about airport when it comes to city and county and funding and projects from the past and so forth. I don't know. CBS News also reported on this. They say that the new policy appears to be in effect for Los Angeles International Airport and New York's LaGuardia. So they would also, so if you're traveling through those busy spots, you don't have to take your shoes off anymore. The TSA hasn't officially announced the change, and they did not confirm the new policy when they were contacted by the New York Times. But a TSA spokesperson said that the agency and Department of Homeland Security are always exploring new and innovative ways to enhance the passenger experience and our strong security posture. So if you're traveling to there and you're coming back, maybe you'll be able to have that benefit. But if you're leaving St. Louis, you still have to take off your shoes. And as Projo said, take off your belt and make sure that we're all safe and secure. Don't know if that story resonates with anybody. We'll see. But that goes all the way back to December 2001 when we know what happened. So it was officially made mandatory in 2006.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was before 2006 that we were taking our shoes off.
I thought it was too.
The development could impact the TSA's pre-check program, by the way, which cost approximately $80 for 5 years of expedited screening. That includes keeping your shoes on. So there you go. It is what it is. TSA, we pass along those stories that may affect you coming up throughout the St. Louis area. We are Arch City Now. I'm Vic Faust. Projo's here. Thanks for joining us today. Thanks for liking, subscribing, sharing the show. We try to bring you stories that are happening around the state. One of those, we were talking about it about a month ago. The Chiefs and the Royals getting money to stay for new stadiums in the state of Missouri. There were some deals that were made. Governor Kehoe and the state legislature was going to give them money, those two teams, to build new stadiums to stay in Missouri. Some taxpayer funded money, but there were deals that were made to also get money to St. Louis to help tornado victims as well. But then it appeared as if the Chiefs and the Royals were looking for additional state funds, but that's not going to happen. Because what had happened were you had Kansas's star bonds. Kansas wanted those teams to come over to Kansas. They had bonds that were going to cover up to about 70% of the new cost of the stadium. Okay. They were supposed to expire at the end of last month, triggering what would be an expedited special session where Missouri lawmakers ended up approving a stadium deal covering up about half of the renovations and constructions of those sports stadiums. But now what you have is a situation where, State Senator Stephen Roberts from St. Louis, no, Stephen, really, really good guy, very smart. He says, quote, "To me, that indicates there was no real rush to get that done." So, Jackson County has already indicated that they do not have any interest in paying for a special tax for this. So what they're going to get is what they had already said that they were going to do, what Governor Kehoe said that they were going to get. There was a percentage that they were going to pay, and then that's it. There's not going to be any more to save the stadium. That was up to about 70% of the cost of the stadium. So that's what Kansas was trying to cover. So Missouri was trying to get something similar to keep the teams here so that they weren't going to Kansas, because the teams did not want to leave. They wanted to stay in Missouri, and, that's what happened. So what is going to happen now is it looks like the teams aren't going to be getting any more money from the state that already passed during the special session last month. There was a special session that had happened. So that's going to continue to stay. No more money. Don't get confused by some of those things that are happening right now. It's about 50%. About 50% of that stadium could be going for taxpayer money from the state of Missouri to keep the Chiefs and the Royals here. So anyway, it is what it is. Maybe it rings for some people. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. This is Arch City Now. We try to cover those stories. We appreciate it when you guys jump in on the show. Like, subscribe, share the show. Let us know what's happening in your neck of the woods. Some of those things that are making news around the area. One of those things that is our friend Nelly. So Nelly has bought a horse racing team, and Fairmount Park is debuting the St. Louis Nellies at what they call the Nelly Cup. So it's going to be the Nelly Cup. Fairmount Park. We talked about Fairmount Park. We talked Long Shots. They have a new restaurant, barbecue themed over there. So he purchased recently a large stake in a horse racing team after acquiring the St. Louis franchise for the National Thoroughbred League. I was not familiar with this. So the horse racing league was relocated to Fairmount Park over in Collinsville. And then it was renamed to the St. Louis Nellies, of course, in honor of Nelly. So to celebrate, the St. Louis Nellies will debut at Fairmount Park on Saturday, July 19th at the first ever NTL Nelly Cup. The event's going to feature music headlined by a member of a tribe called Quest, Roby White. The event's free to the public, by the way. No tickets necessary. They're also going to feature a Nelly-inspired fashion show with a greeting trophy presentation from Nelly as well. So that's what's going on. If you hear about Nelly buying horse racing, I don't know if there's any money in that or not. Who knows? I don't know. I just don't have a lot of experience in that industry, but we try to cover it and let people know what's happening with some of those headlines throughout the St. Louis area. But Nelly has a new reality TV show too.
He's definitely busy these days.
Oh yeah, no, he's busy. There's no doubt about that. If you guys have headlines, news, stories that are happening throughout the St. Louis area, talk about, so let us know. Jump in on X and YouTube at Arch City Now. Once again, Arch City Now. We appreciate it when you guys do that. We also have, it's a sad but inspiring story of a girl. Her name is Harper Durham. Harper is getting ready to go through her 10th brain surgery at St. Louis Children's Hospital. And I've been in St. Louis Children's Hospital, thankfully, never, ever, ever for anybody that I knew. Covering stories, doing interviews, been in like 4 or 5 times. And every time you walk in and you walk out, it'll change you. I always joked, if my kids were ever spoiled, or you go in there, go to a soup kitchen, help people, go to a children's hospital, and then just see how good you have it. It changes me every time I walk, or I haven't been in one in about 4 years, but it'll change you when you see what kids, obviously through no fault of their own, are going through, and then family members struggling and dealing with what they deal with. This girl, Harper, is about ready to have her 10th brain surgery. She has something that's called NF1, neurofibromatosis type 1, otherwise known as NF1. It's responsible for uncontrolled tissue growth along nerves that can lead to tumors. So this girl has great spirits. Obviously, it always seems like this stuff happens to kids, and kids are just amazing. They look like little angels, and she is an angel. All she wants to do is meet Taylor Swift. So it almost sounds like one of those wish situations. The Make-A-Wish, who does a fantastic job too. I've worked with the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Missouri before, and they're phenomenal. They do phenomenal work. Just a bunch of people who really care. So she's been sharing videos of Harper singing with nurses and staff on Facebook. It's a Facebook page dedicated to documenting the family's journey. But as you see, where Projo showing pictures, just how wonderful this little girl's spirits are. We're showing pictures of her right now. And, you just never know. I mean, here's the thing. I know Taylor Swift is super busy, and it's easy for people to say, oh, of course she should go. No, it's not always that easy. And then if you do one appearance, then you get blamed if you don't do the other 50 or 60 that you may have. So it would be great if they were able to make that happen, where she could, once healthy or whenever, see Taylor Swift. If Taylor can't, you can't blame Taylor Swift, in my humble opinion, because if there's 50 people that are asking to see Taylor Swift all around the world, how do you pick and choose? It's same thing with autographs. And I've watched professional athletes do this many times. I've seen it in covering sports and being in the broadcast industry for as long as I've been in. You will see athletes who obviously have everything that they have to do that's required of them to be a professional in whatever it is that they're doing. Then on their own time, either before or after games, trying to sign autographs or trying to make somebody's wish come true, signing this, signing that. And if you're not careful, you could be there. You could be caught for hours. And then that's hurting your own kids or your own families because you're there, and it'll tear you down. I've seen athletes sign for 20, 30 minutes, and then they have to go and then get cussed out by parents because they can't stay and do everybody's autograph. It's legit. It's real. It happens. It's not right.
It's just a part of it.
But it's a part of it, which leads me back to Taylor. Would it be great for Taylor to make a quick stop? Absolutely. if she's in the Missouri area. For us, oh yeah, Taylor, come on over to St. Louis. You come to Kansas City, I'm sure. You see Travis, right? Why don't you guys flip on over here really fast? The chat line, Todd says, yeah, Taylor should come. Casey's a short flight. Come on, T. Tanya with a heart. Obviously, I'm reading some of the comments from line. God bless her in the name of Jesus from Todd. Good. My tax money should not go to the rich. I have no idea what that comment was about. Maybe I missed something there, but we appreciate you guys jumping in. But you look at what Harper's going through, and you'll see her videos on Facebook, the Facebook page that's dedicated to her. So, yeah, we pray the best for Harper. Somehow, some way, maybe those videos are finding Taylor. Maybe there's a way for her to show up and see her. But if she doesn't, and the family goes, we know that that's an incredible wish or ask for that to happen. We know that that's probably not going to happen, but we hold on to the hope that maybe she'll be able to meet Taylor, and maybe there's a way she could do it. You know,
well, Taylor watches the show, so
yeah, get healthy. Yeah, maybe she does. You never know who's going to see what or what's going to go where. And in this age of 2025 with technology and AI and social media,
right?
We just wanted to do our part because we couldn't imagine what that little girl's going through. And she looks like she's kicking butt day after day doing what she's doing and knowing what she's going through. But really, really, really difficult. You know who it's for? The parents. Because as you know, when you become a parent, what it's like, you'd rather suffer, you'd rather go through things than see your kids go through anything. And that's a situation that you have there. So stay strong. Maybe Taylor Swift will find some time, or there will be a way to make that happen. I just feel like if Taylor could, she would, and maybe that'll work out. Maybe Harper will get her dream. And I guess first things first, make sure that brain surgery, number 10, operating on a child for the 10th time. I'm just like, maybe things will go well with that, or as good as they possibly can. And she can somehow, some way get healthy. From the chat line, Tanya says, sending prayers and blessings to that little girl who's over at Children's Hospital. And once again, Children's Hospital does an amazing job in the St. Louis area. They get a lot of credit and they're known nationally, but still never enough. And not only the doctors, but also the nurses and the staff who try to take care of everybody, because it's the entire family who goes through something like that when you have to have a child over there. And that'll pull on your heartstrings big, big, big time. And count my blessings for my 3 children never having to go there. And you never, ever want to see your kids have to go through something like that, or have to go in and have a surgery of some kind like that. This is Arch City Now. Glad you guys are with us. 6:53 is our time on this Tuesday. It's July 8th. Temperatures about 90 degrees today throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area. Yep, it's a sunny summer day. If you have a pool, that's the place to be. If you're working, great. Inside, if you're outside, you're going to be sweating. That's fine. Possibility for a storm late this afternoon. At least that's what the weather people are telling us. It could pop up. We've gotten some of those recently throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area. But, you know, we do our thing and we kind of rock and roll from there. If you want to give us a call, you can. The phone number is 855-282-8255. Once again, that's 855-282-8255. You can jump in on the chat line as people do. You can talk with us here, give a shout out for your town, give us a story idea, whatever the case, or you can talk with other people who are on the chat line. We love it when you do. You can go to X and YouTube, where you can watch us and stream us at Arch City Now. Once again, X and YouTube, Arch City Now. And to learn more about our entire network, you can always stream us at luinfo.com. That's the website. It explains all the shows that we have here, this network that is all about St. Louis. We love to have those conversations, those talks, and just promote our own newsmakers, headlines, influencers, you name it. That's what we're doing here when it comes to that. Also, if you ever want to jump in on video, let us know on the chat. We can do that as well. We can put you in on the video with us and we'll have a conversation about St. Louis, whatever it may be. We don't mind the debates, long as they're playful debates about best of St. Louis, what's hot, what's not, what's going on, what's not going on. your neck of the woods. What's better, West County, South County, you name it, whatever it is. It's about pride of St. Louis and St. Louis versus the world. St. Louis versus everybody. And that's what Art City Now is about as we continue to do our show. By the way, Hot Take Central coming up at 8 o'clock today. They'll be on from 8 to 10 o'clock. They do that every day, following us 8 to 10 a.m. And of course, we do our sports show here. Okay. Still to come in the second hour, adult Chuck E. Cheese's. I was like, huh? What? There are adult Chuck E. Cheese's.
I'm ready.
We're going to talk about that. You love Chuck E. Cheese, I guess, huh?
The video games, not necessarily Chuck E. Cheese, but an adult version of that. I think that'd be pretty funny.
I don't know what that is exactly. We'll explain what the adult version could be coming up. We'll talk about that as well. Also, what are you laughing about?
I'm just thinking of the animatronics of an adult Chuck E. Cheese.
That's the second Chuck E. Cheese reference we've had recently.
Yeah.
Why Chuck E. Cheese? I can't remember why. Oh, because Casey Wolf, the mascot, was a St. Louis guy, 35 years as the mascot from St. Louis.
Looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Somebody said that Casey Wolf looks like the guy from the singer from Chuck E. Cheese. Okay. All right. If you say so, maybe. I don't necessarily see it, but I guess maybe a cousin.
Right.
In the family.
A distant cousin,
something like that. Oh my gosh.
Charles.
Guys, we're glad you're with us. We're just trying to have fun, waking you up, getting you going on a Tuesday morning in the Lou. We are Art City Now. Those are some of the stories we'll be covering when we come back after the break. Also, jump in on the chat line. Let's talk about St. Louis. What's happening? What's moving the needle for you today? We are the Lou Information Station. We're live and on demand at louinfo.com. We're going to take a quick break. Projo's in-house. I'm here. We'll take your calls as well. Once again, 855-282-8255. You can line them up, get ready, promote whatever it is. We'll do it right here. Art City Now. We'll take a break. We'll be back right after this.
This hour of content on the Lou Information Station is brought to you by Grandpa Pigeons, Johnny Mac's Sporting Goods, and Becky's Carpet and Tile Superstore.
Hey, see that, kids? That's the St. Louis Arch, the gateway to the West.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-891-6335. 800-891-6335. 800-891-6335. That's 800-891-6335.
Hey, listen to me. I'm one of the credit cards in your wallet. I'm about to explode and pop like a balloon. You're using me and my brothers way too much. Your credit cards aren't the only ones annoyed. It's your paycheck that doesn't have enough to pay everything. Save your credit cards, your paycheck, and yourself a lot of PAIN. Pain. Call the debt helpline now, not tomorrow, right now. Our experts will show you how you can cut your interest rates and your payments on your credit cards in half. Credit card companies have special assistance programs designed to help you. Make this 100% free call right now and learn how you could get out of credit card debt. Here's the number.
800-406-6569. 800-406-6569. 800-406-6569. That's 800-406-6569. Paid for by Zero Debt.
Broadcasting live from the J. Randolph Jr. Studios, this is the Lou Information Station, KLIS 590 AM, Wood River, St. Louis.
USA Radio News, I'm John Summers. The impact from flooding in the Texas Hill Country is taking a toll on the crews who continue to search for victims. More than 100 people are known dead, many missing. Several are children.
First responders are seeing things that they weren't prepared to see.
Austin Dixon's with the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country. They're in charge of the official funding set up to support the ongoing recovery and relief efforts. It will funnel donations to verified organizations involved in rescue, relief, and recovery efforts, including those offering mental health services. A judge allowed Gilmar Abrego Garcia's legal challenge to his wrongful deportation to move on. This despite the Trump administration's decision to bring him back to the U.S. to face criminal charges, accusing him of unlawfully transporting illegal aliens. President Trump says Japan and South Korea will be hit with 25% import tariffs starting next month. He sent letters to a number of countries with take it or leave it tariff offers and shared the letters to Japan and South Korea on Truth Social. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says tariffs paused for negotiating will take effect August 1st for those 12 nations. Columbia University and the Trump administration are in talks to restore some of the school's federal funding.
It was back in March that President Trump canceled $400 million in grants and federal contracts to the Ivy League school, citing illegal protests and a spike in anti-Semitism on campus. But the Wall Street Journal is now reporting that two sides are talking again about possible options to restore some of the money that would not include a consent decree. A potential agreement that includes a monitor or outside observer are reportedly possibilities. But just last month, Columbia's acting president said the school will not give up its autonomy and independent governance. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
News reports on the Lou Information Station are presented by Brown and Crouppen. Brown and Crouppen, 222-2222. 222-2222.
Who needs a vacation? Are you ready for an unforgettable getaway? Start packing your bags because Branson, Missouri, the vacation and entertainment capital of the U.S., is calling your name. For just $99 per person, here's what you get. A full 3-day, 2-night stay in a luxury resort hotel, a delicious full breakfast buffet every morning you're here, and when you call right now, free show tickets worth up to $100. That's right, free show tickets to an award-winning show on us. You don't have to leave the country for an amazing vacation. You can drive or fly to Branson and have an incredible time. Whether you bring in the whole family or just planning a romantic escape, this trip is built for you. We guarantee you'll love Branson. This is not a timeshare. It's just an unbeatable vacation deal for only $99 per person. You book now, you can use your tickets anytime this year. You don't even know your travel dates to lock in the special price. Hurry, because this offer won't last long. Call our Branson vacation experts today.
800-497-7198. 800-497-7198. 800-497-7198. That's 800-497-7198. Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service, better care. 800-891-6335. 800-891-6335. 800-891-6335. That's 800-891-6335.
The Lou Information Station presents Art City Now with Vic Faust.
Hey guys, welcome back into the show. It is Tuesday in the Lou. Glad you're with us. I'm Vic Faust, Pro Joe alongside today. 7:05 is the time. It is July 8th. Glad you're with us. The sun is shining. Hope you guys are getting up and at it this morning. You can join us, by the way, Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 a.m. right here on X and YouTube, where you can watch Art City Now. X and YouTube, Art City Now. You can also stream us at luinfo.com. And of course, that puts you through on the radio dial, the 590 AM as well. All right, we cover everything St. Louis, what's happening, what people are talking about, newsmakers, influencers, stories. If there's something that can affect you in what you're doing throughout this area, that's why we appreciate it when you guys come in. Some of the stories, something that people are still talking about, and you can join us on our chat line. You can do that at the same place, at X and YouTube at Art City Now. Jump in, join the conversation, get your comments out there, talk with us. You can talk with me and Pro Joe. You can talk with others. If you want to shout out a business or shout out somebody else, somebody who's doing something positive, something great throughout the St. Louis area, we like to do that as well. One of the stories that was really getting some attention from that first hour of our show was a little girl named Harper. She was really trying to get a message out to Taylor Swift. She would love to meet Taylor Swift. She's a 7-year-old getting ready to undergo her 10th brain surgery. And she's at St. Louis Children's Hospital. So her videos are on Facebook. There's a Facebook page designated just for her as she hopes to meet, and you see the pictures of her right now, as she hopes to meet Taylor Swift. So Harper Durham is her name. She's been battling a rare condition. It's neurofibromatosis type 1. They refer to it as NF1. And it's something that nobody ever wants to deal with. It's responsible for uncontrolled tissue growth along nerves that can lead to tumors. So she wants to meet Taylor Swift. She has some just emotional videos where she's hoping somehow, some way, someday she gets to meet Taylor. If that works, we were talking about that. Not always easy for these, or not easy, not even a lot of times doable all the time for athletes, entertainers to make trips and to make sure that everybody gets to see them. Because if they go to one, if there's 50 or 60 requests, then it's like, okay, if you don't go to the other ones, then all of a sudden you're the worst person in the world. So, you know, if the family gets to meet her, great. If she doesn't, you know what? They still love her. She sings her songs and it helps her, as she says, get through the battles that she's doing. 7 years old at St. Louis Children's Hospital. Shout out to Children's Hospital. The nurses never get enough credit. The doctors there, the staff that makes that go, because nobody wants to go through a situation like that. Nobody wants to see their kids suffering like Harper is. And just think about this, going through one surgery and how just brutal that is, not only physically, but emotionally and spiritually. And then you go through it 9 more times. 9. Think about that, 10 total times. So our thoughts and prayers go out to Harper. She's battling her family. Obviously, it's difficult for a child, but it just seems like these children are just blessed with some sort of inner strength that you could never even imagine when they go through some of these things. It's the parents, the family members, the siblings who see their loved ones going through those things, which really difficult for. So we do our best. If somebody knows Taylor Swift, little Harper would love to meet you. You're the superstar. You're the icon. You're the it factor. So if anybody knows Taylor, of course, want to get that message out, you can. I'm sure it's already gotten to Taylor. She has a team of people. And just because Travis, her boyfriend, lives in Missouri doesn't mean it's really easy to get over here. But if it happens, somebody let us know. That would be great. And we'll continue to follow that story, because if she gets to meet Taylor, it'd be fun for us to show selfishly as well. Cardinals had the day off. Boy, they needed it. That's for sure. After losing 2 or 3 in Chicago, when they lost 11-0 Sunday, it felt worse than just one loss. It almost felt like 3 losses because it was so bad. They're just about a game out of the wild card spot. They trail the Cubs by 6.5, but it's all right. It's all right. They're going to try to get back on track. Coming back to St. Louis this whole week through Sunday, they've got home games. Starting tonight, they play the worst team in the NL East. That's the Washington Nationals. Sonny Gray's on the mound tonight. Then they have a Friday, Saturday, Sunday series with the second worst team in the NL East, the Braves. And I think they're like 14 games under 500. So those are 2 really bad teams that hopefully the Cardinals can beat up on. Sonny Gray, as I said, going to the mound tonight to hopefully get the Cardinals in. Maybe he'll get another start. That's why they moved him to start tonight's game before the All-Star break, because the All-Star break happens after Sunday. And then Brendan Donovan will be the Cardinals' lone representative in the All-Star game this year. It could have been Sonny Gray, but Brendan Donovan gets the nod as a position player, so we wish him the best. He'll go represent St. Louis next week when they have that game on Tuesday. All right. We wish them the best. By the way, speaking of Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, the Chiefs and Royals aren't going to get any more than about the 50% of the money that they needed from state funds to keep them in the state of Missouri. There was thought that they would get more, but that's not going to happen. Governor Kehoe says what we agreed to last month, which was about 50% of that price, is all we're going to give. We're not going to be giving more money when it comes to the Chiefs and Royals to keep them here. If they're not going anywhere, they're going to stay here. They're just going to have to do it themselves. They'll have to pay for it themselves. And most of the sentiment that we received, at least on this show from viewers and listeners, was no, taxpayer money should not be going for that. But then, of course, if you ask Kansas City fans if the Cardinals should get an upgrade or anything like that, they would probably say the same thing. From the chat line, sending prayers and blessings to that little girl that you were talking about, Vic. Yep. Harper Dunham, who's getting ready to have her 10th surgery. We were just talking about that, brain surgery. Another interesting thought. I got a text during the line. Guys, you were talking about TSA and not having to go through checkpoints with the shoes. You figure with this technology of AI, somehow, some way AI would be able to tell or be able to use, where you could just walk through where they'd be able to do a whole body scan image from toe to head. So that's another interesting point. Is that coming where it would be easier? Because there's eyes in the sky and video all over the place when you walk into airports, even outside on the streets.
It's going to be like Total Recall.
Yeah, well, you know what? That is interesting. Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
Mm-hmm. When you walk through a full body X-ray.
Yeah, and you shouldn't even have to stop. You could probably just be walking.
Yeah, that's what they. Yeah.
And as you're walking, something would alert.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, here we are trying to figure out the whole AI aspect of it. That whole story was TSA is going to allow some airports to not force you to take your shoes off, which I think is pretty interesting. We'll be like, okay, fine, we won't do that. We don't have to do that. We'll just go and it is easy, and it can be a whole lot easier when you don't have to do something like that, clearly. But it's all about safety. What's best? What is best for us? What is the most safe thing to do? Some of those airports, and by the way, the TSA has not confirmed this publicly, but that's what newsmakers, New York Times is reporting, that this is going to happen. The airports that they're allowing to do this are Baltimore, Washington International, Fort Lauderdale International, Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky International, Portland International, Philadelphia International, and Piedmont Triad International in North Carolina. So nobody's going to have to remove any footwear during their standard safety checks. So that's pretty good. Also, LA International and New York's LaGuardia Airport, allegedly not going to have to take your shoes off when it comes to security. And the TSA also says that while they said that they're always looking for new ways to enhance the passenger experience, strong security posture. But if you're flying out of St. Louis Lambert International, unfortunately, you have to wear your shoes or you have to take your shoes off. You will not be able to walk through with just your shoes on. So it is what it is. Things could be worse, right? Of course they could be worse. I don't mind it. I know, Projo, you talk about having to redress yourself. The shoes are fine. The belt always seems to be a pain for me because you can put your shoes on still sometimes while holding your bags. The belt, you have to put everything down.
Yeah.
Because you have to use two hands to put a belt in.
It's a whole thing.
If you're wearing a belt. And it's like, damn, that's a pain in the butt to have to do that. Art City Now here. Glad you guys are with us. One of the other things, the stories that we were talking about making some headlines this morning was what's happening. It was a big story, at least from my perspective, when it comes to St. Louis and kind of putting St. Louis on the map, because it's not every day you see a St. Louis company being purchased for billions of dollars. But anytime you hear the word BlackRock, I know a lot of people go, oh, BlackRock. BlackRock also known for buying up a lot of properties, not only in St. Louis area, but around the country when it comes to homes and then renting them. And you're competing with BlackRock on purchases, not competing with other people who are in your financial, I guess, arena.
Well, and tell me why BlackRock has an interest in trailer parks and apartment complexes as well.
Why do they have an interest in trailer parks and apartment complexes, Projo?
I just think that that's a good question.
Oh, I thought you said, and ask me.
Right.
Projo, I'm going to ask you.
No,
why do you think BlackRock does that?
I think it's a great question to ask them.
But talk to realtors, and the honest ones will tell you, yeah, BlackRock's been buying up properties for a while now. And it changes the market, and it makes it more difficult for the everyday person to go purchase a house, and or prices go up on rentals. And then, of course, apartments, if they own those prices can go up as well.
Well, and then they change the rules of these places. So like in some trailer parks that they've bought, they take out like basketball hoops and fire pits where people can,
Did not know that.
Yeah, they're changing a lot.
So BlackRock purchases Elm Tree Funds, which is a net lease real estate investment firm with $7.3 billion in total assets. That's crazy. So that's gone official. That is a whole lot of money that's happening there. Elm Tree Funds founder Jim Coleman likes to keep a lower profile in the St. Louis area. Just a great all-around guy, big heart, super smart. So people may see that come. It kind of went under the radar a little bit yesterday, but you want to talk about business in the St. Louis area? That is a massive deal with what they're doing and why that is going on. So what is, if you're not familiar with Elm Tree Funds, when we talk about being a real estate investment firm, well, they own land and they build properties and they rent those out. That's what they do. They focus their investment strategy on opportunities in the build-to-suit net lease real estate market, targeting newly constructed mission-critical industrial assets leased to investment-grade tenants. So, recently BlackRock acquired them, made it official. So that's a huge deal. When it comes to, when's the last company in St. Louis that was bought for over $7 billion? That's a lot. I mean, there's so much money. Just insane when you think about some of these companies in St. Louis, what BlackRock is doing, which is why we were talking about that. We talk about things that are happening throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area, and that's big. Lots and lots and lots of money.
Money rules the world.
Well, of course it does. Money has always ruled the world. Money. Right, Projo? It's all about money. Okay. How about this? I don't know. This doesn't, I know we try to have fun with it. It doesn't do anything for me yet, but it's a fun story to talk about. Chuck E. Cheese for adults. You're in. You're all excited about this.
I am.
Okay. Chuck E. Cheese for adults. They have opened up in some places around the country. St. Louis does not have a place yet, but is expected to have one soon. There is one in Kansas City, Missouri right now. So what happens at these is it's created, quote, created for adults, and not only Missouri, but 7 other states. So they have them in 8 total states. And I mean, of course, I'll speak for the St. Louis metropolitan area. If you were a kid and you're over 40, 45, or you went to Chuck E. Cheese for a birthday party, right? Whether it was yours or somebody else, or you had And they were big for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of got a little outdated. But now there's going to be a Chuck's Arcade instead.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Chuck's Arcade, new arcade chain from the folks behind Chuck E. Cheese, looking to become a destination for older gamers and other lifelong Chuck E. Cheese fans searching for a place to play Miss Pac-Man, Mortal Kombat, whatever, Galaga,
all the old staples,
all the Donkey Kong.
And I'm sure there's some updated ones as well.
No, I get it. I think that's the first time that I was introduced to Whack-A-Mole.
Yeah.
Which is the best game ever created.
Yep.
Ever. So it's created for adults, as they say. It's kind of a natural evolution. Here's the thing, though. When you thought of Chuck E. Cheese, it was Chuck E. Cheese pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't remember the pizza being incredible or anything like that.
It's unique.
Wasn't it thin?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It was, yeah.
Well, they're all about the gaming experience, is what they say. So they're trying to bring that back. But not all of these locations will have pizza. It's just the gaming. Some will have pizza, but some don't. But they said, quote, thanks to the expertise of our talented technicians and the successful transformation of almost 500 fun centers worldwide, we have built the operational and creative foundation to take our brand beyond the traditional four walls. So they're going to call it Chuck's Arcade. They have the same logo, who Pro Joe and some of our viewers like to call the KC Wolf. Looks like that Kansas City Chiefs mascot.
Case in point.
Well, are you showing? Are you showing the Chuck's Arcade right now?
I'm showing Chuck E. Cheese, and then case in point, ball cap.
Well, if you have a chance, you can
ears.
pop up. You can pop up Chuck's Arcade too. They have.
Is Chuck E. Cheese wearing a KC shirt?
For our viewers, you can see we're showing KC Wolf. It looks very similar to the Chuck E. Cheese mascot. And there's Chuck's Arcade, which we're talking about. All the games, air hockey and the claw, and I guess it takes you back. It could be a good night. I don't know.
See, I'm less on board now because there's no animatronics, no pizza. It's just arcade games.
The animatronics were very, very weird.
They were creepy, but
they were kind of creepy, my friend.
I mean, if you're going to make an adult arcade that's based on Chuck E. Cheese, you got to have animatronics. And yeah, I could think of many different things.
Hey, what we take this up to what, like 729, 720? What is our 728?
729.
Okay, I was just making sure. Mm-hmm. Donkey Kong, Galaga, Centipede. You know the 80s games. Kids are like, huh? What?
Mm-hmm.
Millennials have no idea what we're talking about, right? Wouldn't it be safe to say that millennials don't know? Maybe the older millennials.
Right.
Other newer offerings include state-of-the-art racing simulators and immersive virtual reality games. I think you'd almost have to have that.
Yeah. You got to have something that stands out from just a normal arcade.
So there is a location in Kansas City, Missouri that's already there. They offer pizza. Okay, so they offer pizza. I think you should, my humble opinion, but that's not going to be the case at every location.
Well, I mean, you got to compete with Dave and Buster's. And if you're just an arcade, you're going to have issues.
Do people still go to Dave and Buster's?
Well, I mean,
I remember Dave and Buster's were huge, like in Earth City.
Okay, so
do people still go to Dave and Buster's?
If people aren't going to Dave and Buster's, what's going to take them to a Chuck E. Cheese that just has arcade games and no good food?
Chuck E. Cheese has a better, older, memorable brand that was for kids.
It's just still the same video games. If it doesn't have the animatronics or something that takes it,
adults are going to go for animatronics.
It's literally just an arcade.
I know.
We have those in the mall. We can go to an old mall right now.
I know. I agree.
And go to Tilt.
It's called Tilt?
Yeah, the one in Mid River.
Oh, I was like, where's Tilt?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That's a good point. I mean, it gets headlines. Chuck E. Cheese coming back.
Yeah,
but
sounds great.
But is it?
Right.
But is it? Is it really going to be great? I don't know. So we had to talk about that. This is we are Art City now. Glad you're with us. I'm Vic Faust. That's the voice of Pro Joe / Wilson, our producer. You hear him, you don't see him. Sometimes you see him when he, quote, remembers to put his camera on. We know cell phones are they're a part of life. I walk around with one. Mine is somewhat attached to my right hand. It has been in my right hand so long. Kids, is it an issue? Do you see what's happening throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area? What are the cell phone rules at your schools? Do you have a kid that goes to school? Are they allowed to have their cell phones in their hands throughout the day? As a parent, I was always worried about this. First of all, you're worrying, what age should you allow your kids to have cell phones, number one. Then number two, if they're taking them to school, how can they use them? And who's guilty of ever trying to text their kid while they're at school? Was that just me? And it doesn't mean that they have to answer the phone.
Right.
It just means that it's there whenever they get to it. My son's school at a high school, they were allowed to have their phones with them, but they couldn't have them out. Now they have to put them away. They have to put them, they have to put them away unless they have a free hour or something like that, lunch, something.
Personally, I think they should be able to keep them on them, not mess with them all the time, but they should have them on them at all times.
Well, the Metro East Collinsville School District announced changes to its cell phone policy for the upcoming school year. It bans cell phones in the elementary, intermediate, middle schools from when students are entering the building until they leave.
I don't like it.
I think they should have it. Why don't you like it?
Well, okay.
I need your opinion.
This day and age with, the shooters and everything, I think and with, teachers doing, some things that are against parents' will or want, I think that kids should be able to have direct communication with, their parents or somebody at all times if they need.
But how is a teacher supposed to monitor that?
Well, just make sure it's not in their hands and it's in their pocket.
Well, see, their situation over at Collinsville is the changes are, they want to limit the electronic devices. So that's at their elementary, intermediate, and immediate school and middle schools, not their high school.
And I don't think it would hurt to show, to teach kids discipline with electronics as well. I think that would open up a good opportunity for a learning experience on how to discipline yourself around your own electronics.
Yeah. And it's tough for us parents. I get it. It is so easy to allow a kid just to play on their phone and games all day, just games.
Yep.
Because kids become addicted. They do. They become addicted. And if a kid is able to be on a phone, I think I saw a study, 4 or 5 hours at a time, they're addicted and they'll show signs of addiction for things in life.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wow. Because I've been in a point in the past where my kids love being on their phone. Now they're older and they're dealing with some of those things, but I do still see kids that they love it and it's tough. Devices must be powered off and out of sight during all instructional time, passing periods, and in academic areas. Yeah, I could see that. The permitted use is before the 7:40 a.m. bell. And then you can do it during a lunch period, a study hall, cafeteria, those sorts of things. School issued Chromebooks may be used in classes directed by the teacher. So, those are certain things. Every school has its own idea on what they want to do when it comes to that. But, it is what it is when it comes to the phone. So I just was curious what people around the St. Louis area are doing, your school districts, how that works with you. If you're parents, if you're wanting to jump in on that and give your comments, you can do that, by the way. Arch City Now and X. You can watch Arch City Now on X and YouTube. Once again, Arch City Now. You can stream us on X and YouTube. You can also join the conversation there. Give us comments. If you want to give shout outs, we always want to do that. Also, you can stream us at luinfo.com. Once again, luinfo.com. If you want to give us a call, we have phone lines that are open for you to do so as well. The phone number there is 855-282-8255. Once again, that's 855-282-8255. We are the Lou Information Station. We're live and on demand at luinfo.com. We'll come back with more and wrap up this show in our final break for the final 30 minutes right after this.
Lou Info.
You've seen this. It's brand new. Are you online?
Oh, hey. Oh, so you're new here.
All right, let's get cracking.
Okay, then maybe you should check out our website.
You're insane.
Well, you download songs illegally from the internet.
LouInfo.com. LouInfo.com. The Lou Information Station. 590 AM KLIS, Wood River, St. Louis.
Our origin story begin.
Hot Shots Sports Bar and Grill has a new menu. But don't freak out. Hot Shots favorites are still there, like their famous wings, tacos, burgers, and pizzas. Plus, sure to be new faves like Big Philly egg rolls, the Bold and Hearty Slugger sandwich, the Buffalo chicken pizza, and 2 new wing sauces, Carolina Gold and Bourbon Glaze. And making a comeback, it's the return of Hot Shots' legendary waffle fries. So now there's even more to love at Hot Shots. Come try out the new menu at Hot Shots Sports Bar and Grill. Find the location nearest you at hotshotsnet.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
At Brown and Crouppen, we get that after an accident, money's tight. That's why we offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or in the hospital, we'll come to you for free. So call Brown and Crouppen, where we don't get paid unless you do. And your first consultation is free.
LouInfo.com news headlines. Brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. 222-2222.
This is your LouInfo.com news update. A man accused in a deadly explosion that killed 4 people in North St. Louis County in 2022 is going to trial. Terrell Cooks is accused of being involved in an illegal fireworks operation that led to the explosion of a home on Parker Road in Blackjack. The victims were between the ages of 16 and 21. Cook faces several felony charges. A man is facing charges for allowing children and dogs to live in deplorable conditions in Jefferson County. Alexander Bowen will appear in court on Wednesday, August 13th. A road in North St. Louis collapsed on Monday and happened in the 2700 block of North Broadway between Montgomery Street and St. Louis Avenue. The St. Louis Street Department blocked the road while crews worked on repairs. There are reports that the summer heat may have made the road buckle. U.S. Senator Josh Hawley's making a stop in St. Louis today. The Republican lawmaker is scheduled to hold a press conference to talk on the expansion of the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act being signed into law as part of President Trump's new bill. For the Lou Information Station, streaming 24/7 at LouInfo.com, I'm Jen Austin.
Now, LouInfo.com weather. Presented by STL Sports Central. St. Louis sports. Anytime, anywhere.
Here's your LouInfo.com weather update. We do have a chance of a shower or thunderstorm later on today, but overall, not expecting much rain. Partly sunny, upper 80s. Overnight, a few clouds, and we're in the low 70s. We get a mix of sunshine and clouds on Tuesday. Still pretty warm. We're going up to 90. Scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms. Fairly good chance of rain again on Wednesday. I'm meteorologist Steve Hamilton for the Lou Information Station, streaming 24/7 at LouInfo.com.
Hey everyone, Cam Jansen here to tell you about the experts at Fast Signs in Earth City. Fast Signs can handle any and all of your business visibility needs, from traditional signs and graphics to digital to core graphics and anything in between. Fast Signs in Earth City has you covered. The station uses them, the Blues use them, and you will love the work they do. Call 314-344-4400 for your custom signage needs today. That's Fast Signs in Earth City. 314-344-4400.
Looking to get organized and support local? At St. Louis Closet Company, we've been designing custom closets and storage solutions right here in St. Louis for over 30 years. From walk-in closets to home offices and even pantries. We create personalized, organized spaces that fit your lifestyle and your space. Built locally and installed professionally. Call 314-781-9000 for your free estimate or visit stlouisclosetco.com today.
Hot Take Central 2.0.
Now, as you sports fans know,
it's really getting out of hand, man. It's blown way out of control.
With Cam Jansen.
I'm going to lead you down the path that rocks.
And Jimmy the Cat Hayes.
You're a legend in the city, moving by day instead of night.
Weekday mornings from 8 to 10.
Hell yeah.
Only on the Lou Information Station. Streaming 24/7 at LouInfo.com. Hot Take Central 2.0.
This whole situation is getting out of control.
Back to more of Arch City Now with Vic Faust on the Lou Information Station. Streaming 24/7 at louinfo.com.
Hey guys, good morning. Happy Tuesday. It's July 8th. It is 7:34. Glad you're waking up with us or doing whatever it is on this Tuesday morning. Vic Faust here, producer Joe alongside as well. What's happening throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area? That's what we do on our show. We get you involved. We're glad when you guys listen, like, subscribe, share our show on X and YouTube. You can do that at Arch City Now. Once again, on X and YouTube, you can watch us at Arch City Now. You can also stream us wherever you are, louinfo.com. Once again, that's louinfo.com. And of course, always on 590 AM. Okay, we talk about everything that's happening throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area. We focus on people, businesses, news, headlines. You got it. You name it. We have some fun with it. We like to stay as positive as possible. Sometimes it doesn't allow for that, but it is what it is. It's all good. We are who we are. We love to promote you. We love to promote St. Louis. You can also jump in on the comment line. We love it when you do that with the chat line. You talk with others. You give us headlines. You let us know what's happening in your neck of the woods. You can do that on X and YouTube as well. That's where you can make your comments known. You can also give us a call. The phone number to give us a call, running on the screen right now as well. It's 855-282-8255. Once again, that is 855-282-8255. Cardinals back in action tonight. They'll be hosting the Nationals. They're home for 6 straight games before the All-Star break. Nationals in town. They have not been so good. They're one of the worst teams in baseball, so hopefully the Cardinals can get, quote, right with them. Sonny Gray on the mound. One of the top pitchers in all of baseball right now for the Cardinals. He's doing quite well when it comes to the wins. He'll pitch tonight. Cardinals have 6 more games, and they welcome the Braves to town for a weekend series. The Braves, not the Braves of the past few years, that's for sure. They're having a rough year so far. So opportunity for the Cardinals to stay close to the Cubs in the division and or secure a wild card spot. I think they're only a game and a half out of the wild card spot right now as we see it. Okay. Other things happening around the area. Weather shouldn't be too bad today, just like yesterday, around 90 degrees. It's hot. It's humid. It's sunny. It's the summer, and it's in St. Louis. That's what we're expected. Might get a storm later in the day, but outside of that, looks like we should be fine up until maybe some storms coming on Friday. If you guys have a story, if you have a business you want to shout out, we can do that as well. Also wanted to just give updates, and it's not the best story in the world. It's a sad story, but we're talking about 104 deaths, reported deaths so far, with people still missing in Texas with the flooding that came through in the area. And now it's been said that a member of the Hunt family who owned the Kansas City Chiefs, a 9-year-old Janie, passed away in the flooding as well. So, there's lots and lots of kids that, ended up dealing with this situation at camp, very popular camp going on in that area that got overrun by the water. There was flooding in Texas in 1987 as well. And it is interesting. I don't know of other St. Louis ties as of now to this horrible tragedy, but it is interesting because Missouri right now is not a state. And I'm not saying that's because of that, but you get all kinds of speculation. There is something called cloud seeding going on in the country right now, where you put chemicals into the air to create moisture and rain in areas that don't get it. That's a fact. And I know people, you can go down take the deep dive, but that's a fact. Texas is one of those states that is doing cloud seeding. They've admitted it. And not that it's a bad thing. It's just there's, I believe, 9 or 10 states right now that are actively pursuing cloud seeding for moisture and to help in areas where there is not a lot of rain.
I was just going to say, I think in areas that are prone to drought, cloud seeding is definitely something that they could try. However,
and Texas is one of those states that is doing that. Missouri, by the way, here in Missouri, it is not happening. And that's the reason why I bring that up. And you can look that up. Why do you look at me like that?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen any trails in a while, so I don't know when.
That's
happened.
chemtrails. You're going on a different.
Well, that's cloud seeding. That's what that is. Technically, officially, not happening in Missouri, but Texas it is.
So 104. I mean, all you can say is thoughts and prayers when it comes to the people in Texas, those families who have lost loved ones. I mean, the ones who are left behind. There are remarkable stories of heroes, and there's remarkable stories of recovery and people who survived situations, and those stories will still come. But at the end of the day, right now, there's still what we're told are 104 people dead from that flooding, the flash flooding that came through that area. So just a very sad state of affairs when you see some of those things that have happened, and you're like, oh man, that's the last thing we needed to see. But it is, it's a national tragedy that has occurred. We were going to break talking about high schools. I'm curious what it's like throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area now, if anybody's had kids that deal with this or whatever the case may be. But the CDC has now come out with a study that says 1 in 5 high school kids is bullied. That's 20%. To me, I was like, is the bullying still, is there still bullying going on in 2025 to the extent of 20% of high school students getting bullied? If that is the case, that would surprise me. And it certainly not only would surprise me and startle me, but I would be like, what? We've got to change that somehow, somewhere, because there can't be bullying. You just can't have bullying. You cannot have bullying in school. I mean, so many problems can branch off from that. And I would think in 2025, there is a more of attention to that, especially throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area, to stop that in its tracks. But I do know that it was going on at a school in the St. Charles area, because I know a kid who was dealing with it. He was dealing with it during his 7th grade year. I know him personally, not my kids, but who was dealing with bullying.
Yeah.
And how much of a problem can go from that. But the CDC now saying that 20% of high school students are bullied. I just thought it was a very high number. Now, I don't know what the criteria for bullying is. If you break down the terminology, what constitutes, quote, bullying, but still at the end of the day, 20% is a lot.
Well, it just seems kind of weird because when my kids were in school, that was a huge issue, and back then. So why isn't there no progress?
Do you think parents can accept if their kids are the bulliers?
No, I
in
think
general?
I think that they would stick up.
Have
for
we
their kid.
changed? Because I blame parents a lot if we
Mhm.
don't like how kids act now. It's the parents.
Oh, absolutely.
It's the parents like, well, I just want to, and we want to provide our kids with the best of everything. We want our kids to love us. And a lot of times we want to be their friends, even though we can't. You cannot do that. You just can't do it. You have to set standards. You have to set boundaries. If people are going to talk about boundaries in life for certain situations, you certainly have to talk about boundaries with your kids, correct?
Mhm.
You can't just pick and choose. If you're going to have boundaries in your life and you have kids, then the kids have to know that there are boundaries as well.
Beeholes raise beeholes. I don't know how better to say it on.
But the whole conversation is because of bullying. And if you have kids that are bullying, you have to address that. You have to be able to accept that. And you just hope that your example can be better so that they're not bullying other kids. Because, yeah, I mean, there's so many instances and so many things that can happen that are not positive when kids are bullied. And especially when it's not taken care of. Because you need to take care of that somehow, some way, if you can. But once again, I just thought it was a really, really high total when it comes to 20% of the high school students with that happening. All right, we are Arch City now. We're here Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 a.m. Hot Take Central 2.0 with Cam Jansen and Jim the Cat Hayes. Follow us. You can check that show out every day, Monday through Friday as well. For a list of all the shows that we have on our network, you can go to luinfo.com. Once again, that's luinfo.com. You can always join us on our chat line with X and YouTube at Arch City Now. And of course, you can always give us a call. If you want to give us a call, you can do that as well. 855-282-8255. Once again, that is 855-282-8255. We were talking earlier in the show about BlackRock. They just purchased Elm Tree. It was Elm Tree Funds out of Clayton for $7.3 billion with assets that they had. That's a real estate firm. They build properties, rent out land, rent out buildings, became a huge national brand. Jim Coleman, super smart guy, super successful, super hardworking, great heart, was the founder of Elm Tree Funds. So congrats to him and all the work that he has done and doing what he has done. But it also shows that it was BlackRock. So people hear the name BlackRock. Well, BlackRock has also been a company that has purchased homes all across the country. And then it becomes more difficult when you're trying, the prices, the rental properties can go up, to buy those homes can be a lot higher. And then it came into the whole situation we saw throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area. Saw it specifically in St. Charles over the last couple of years. And we're talking about the apartments. People started to see, and you saw, Joe, because you live over that way, lots of apartments popping up everywhere. It's like, wait a second, another apartment, another apartment, another apartment. Why is this happening? Where it started to frustrate residents. It became huge conversations at city hall meetings. Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Well, you want to know the main reason why I have a problem with one company owning all of this?
Speak.
Well, they can control, like you said, the rent or the property value in that area as they please. They can tank it or they can make it raise.
That's a good point.
I mean, that's not healthy, and that's a monopoly.
Well, we've started to see it. Well, one municipality, one city in St. Charles County voted to not allow any more of these new apartments the rest of the year, and maybe after that, and that's Dardenne Prairie.
All for it.
Yeah, so Dardenne Prairie is also one of those towns. We were recently talking about the hot zip codes where people were moving to in the St. Louis metropolitan area. Number one was Wright City. There was a zip code in Wright City that was number one. Number two was, I'm trying to remember, it was, Cottleville. Number three was Eureka, I believe. Number four was Dardenne Prairie. A lot of people moving to that zip code, a lot of people in that area, but they're like, And these apartments are, and you want to be thoughtful of everybody if you can, but it's like, why are all these apartments popping up in these places? And are they filled? Are they filled? Are they full of people? And are tax breaks being given to the developers to build these complexes throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area as well? So there's always a story within the story. Are they getting special deals to make these apartment complexes, even when people in those communities don't want them? So it's trying to find the right balance. But that news was other news that had come out when it came to, apartments throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area. Where are you going to put them? And we were just focusing on the St. Charles County aspect here, but there may be apartment complexes popping up all over the St. Louis metropolitan area. We just don't know what's happening in your neck of the woods when it comes to those things. That's why we were talking about that story, which was a new one, which Dardenne Prairie became the first city that I saw that said, no, we're not going to allow that to happen. We're going to sit back and, to each their own when it comes to what you think you should do and you shouldn't do. We are Arch City Now. We're here Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 a.m. Once again, getting you guys going as we do each day of the week. If you guys have story ideas, jump it on the chat line. You can do that at Arch City Now on X and Arch City Now on YouTube. Let us know whatever you guys want to do, what's talking about, who should be getting shout outs, those sorts of things. Some of the headlines as well that we've been talking about when it comes to the St. Louis area this morning. Obviously, we're talking about the situation that was going on in Texas. It's just sad, sad, sad when you look at those things. The Chiefs and Royals aren't going to get any more money outside of what was agreed to last month during special session. Might have been like maybe 50% helping out with their stadiums to keep them in Missouri. Not going to get any more. So that is what it is. And there you go. They're not going to go anywhere. The Chiefs and Royals are going to be in Missouri. It's just back and forth. It's posturing to obviously get as much money as they can to build these new facilities. Chuck E. Cheese for adults. Chuck E. Cheese for adults. They're coming in 8 states around the country. There's one in the Kansas City, Missouri area right now. There's one coming to St. Louis. Not exactly sure when it's coming, but it is coming. And some of these locations, like the one in Kansas City, has pizza and games. It's arcades. However, other locations don't have pizza. It's just called the Arcade. So it's Chuck's Arcade, because that was one of the things that helped make things great when it came to Chuck E. Cheese and everything that went with that.
I wonder if there's going to be a ball pit.
Oh my gosh. How did we talk about everything without... Did you just come up with that, or did somebody tell us on the chat line?
I just thought of it.
Damn, how did we forget the ball pit? That's where they became super popular. Right. I saw some, you get kind of crazy stuff on TikTok. I remember seeing one of those kids would get lost in the ball pit thing, and I'm like, oh my God, please stop this stuff, people.
I remember hearing all the stories of them finding dirty diapers and needles.
Oh my God.
Sorry.
Could you imagine trying to,
an adult ball pit.
No, an adult ball pit.
That's not good.
I don't know, man. I mean, the problem with adult ball pits, how are you going to get out? I mean, seriously, I try to stay in shape. I do. My body, I can do the things I did when I was 20, but I have to stretch a little more. I have to move. I mean, I'd have to be in the ball pit. I'm like, oh my God, it's like quicksand.
Mm-hmm.
You just give us a life rope and pull us out of here. Are you kidding me? The ball pit, the adult ball pit, Chuck E. Cheese.
I was just trying to think of the things that they were popular for. And it's not the video games. You know what I mean? The video games you could have got anywhere back then. Anyway.
I guess you could have. I'm thinking about that right now. Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, there was Aladdin's Castle. There was all kinds of
But we don't even know where the
arcades back
location is going to be in the St. Louis area when it comes here.
Right.
But it's one of those things that is coming to the St. Louis area. All right. Have fun with the Chuck E. Cheese or Chuck's Arcade when it gets closer to that time. Well, St. Louis native rapper Nelly, he recently purchased a large stake in a horse racing team after acquiring the Seattle franchise of the National Thoroughbred League. Well, the league was then relocated to Fairmount Park in Collinsville. We told you about that. They have the new restaurant over there. They renamed it the St. Louis Nellies. See him do a new song for the St. Louis Nellies in honor of course, Nelly, which shares the historical reference to a horse. Whoa, Nelly. So there you go. To celebrate the St. Louis Nellies will debut at Fairmount Park Saturday, July 19th, the first ever NTL Nelly Cup. The event will feature music headlined by Jerobi White, a member, of course, the hip hop group, A Tribe Called Quest. So the event, by the way, is free to the public. No tickets necessary. It's also going to feature a Nelly-inspired fashion show with a greeting and trophy presentation from Nelly. So Nelly making more news. He's got a new reality TV show as well. If you haven't seen that, you can check that out. So Nelly in the news, Nelly busy. Obviously that show with Ashante. So
Nelly's definitely pushing for a comeback.
It is interesting too, because he told Ashante he refuses to change their baby son's diapers. Oh,
there's actually a lot of guys out there like that.
Really?
Yeah, that's not just a Nelly thing, and that's not me. I just know of other people who do that, who refuse.
I'm like, do I say anything here?
It's an old school thing. It's just old.
Maybe it's an old school thing, but does it mean it's a right thing? I don't know.
No. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that there are other people out there that believe that and do
that. The silence. I'm just sitting back, listening, waiting for the chat line. Does anybody want to say anything?
All right.
Jump in on the chat line. Anyway, not quite sure what this Glenn says called Diddy baby oil. I'm not quite sure what that means to our conversation.
I guess the adult Chuck E. Cheese. That's the only thing I can think of.
The adult baby
freak
no.
out. Never mind.
Yeah, no, you don't need that. Hey, boys and girls. Is that what the Chuck E. Cheese animatronics would say or something like that?
I don't remember.
Anyway, we're getting a little lost there. What else do we have that we were trying to make sure people knew about? If you're just joining us, TSA at some airports will now allow you to walk through security checkpoints without taking your shoes off. That is a big deal. Not at St. Louis Lambert International Airport, but there are some bigger ones: Philadelphia, DC, LA, LaGuardia, in New York as well. Yeah, he was referring to the ball pit. Okay, of course. Chuck E. Cheese, baby, adult style. It's the adult version.
And think of the animatronics now.
I can't follow the animatronics with that. Not quite sure. I'm still not following it. I'm sorry, my friend. The animatronics is not. I'm not following.
Right.
I'm not getting it.
All right. Just
Not getting it. Okay. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. We love it. We've also had the situation with St. Louis Company, Clayton Company, Elm Tree Funds purchased by BlackRock, $7.3 billion, taking over their properties, their land, the buildings that they owned. BlackRock continuing to make these big splashes all across the country. I know that concerns some people, but now they get one done throughout the St. Louis metropolitan area. Also, Harper Dunham, just another final shout out with Harper today. She's getting ready to undergo her 10th brain surgery over at Children's Hospital. They didn't talk about her situation being one where it was, quote, dire right now, but you think after, it's like 10 brain surgeries on a 7-year-old girl. Oh, just brutal. She would love to meet Taylor Swift. So, we put that word out there for her. She has a Facebook page designated to this. So I guarantee Taylor's probably heard about it. She's super busy. There are people, probably girls all over the world, that want to meet Taylor Swift. It doesn't mean that Harper's request shouldn't be met, but we just like to put that out there. The family sounds like they understand that that may or may not ever happen, but they're still going to love her music, and it helps her daughter go through a lot of things that she's going through. So she's over at Children's Hospital, and we just took it as an opportunity to shout out for the nurses, the staff, the people who work endlessly there. It's a thankless job, who spend time with the families and the kids who are going through things, not only at Children's, but at other hospitals as well, people that don't get the shout outs, and they should. And I see those people in hospitals as well, and they should get notoriety. They don't do it for notoriety, but they should get notoriety for everything that they're trying to do to help people. So Harper's dealing with that, getting ready to undergo her 10th surgery. She would just love to see Taylor Swift. You can check out her videos on Facebook as well when it comes to some of those things. So we're grateful that you guys join us every day as well. You can give us a call if you ever want to. Not now, but we'll give that number again tomorrow. If you have ideas for guests, you can email us, give us ideas there. archcitynow@gmail.com. Once again, archcitynow@gmail.com. And of course, check out the shows that are coming up throughout the day. LouInfo.com. And once again, LouInfo.com. You have an opportunity to look at the shows that are coming up. Hot Take Central 2.0 will be coming up next. They come up every day, 8 to 10 o'clock. The former St. Louis Blue, Cam Jansen, and say, what we got? What, buddy?
Yeah, I was saying 20 seconds, and you thought 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah, and I thought 2 minutes.
No.
We're out, right?
We're done, yeah.
Okay.
You got to end it, though.
Oh, bye, guys.
People ask all the time, who the heck is Low Cost Airlines? Well, we're not just one airline. When you're talking to us, you're talking to everyone. We are the discount supermarket for all airline tickets. Plus, we